1 in 4 clear rate. So we'll expect a little bit of movement on the leaderboard there. And then on Sunday morning, all about the cross-country first horse heading out on course. In the morning, I believe we'll confirm all for you throughout. But we are delighted to have you with us wherever in the world you are watching from. And our first score is in, actually, for Emiliano Portale and Della Emiliano, 34.4 for them. And that is actually a personal best at the 4-star level in the Nations Cup for the horse and rider. So solid start for Team Italy. As we're in our first rotation of team riders. The team riders actually all come forwards morning and early into the afternoon. The first couple of sessions of dressage dedicated to the team riders, and then we actually focus on the individuals towards the end of the day and into tomorrow morning. And there's a few very, very exciting individuals to come forward as well. Karen Flora-Maguire and Triton Fontaine, who actually won a 3-star section here in Montelibretti last weekend. They'll be one of the last to go today, the penultimate rider to go in the first phase a little bit later on today. The likes of Chinese Olympian Alex Hua Tian, Cooley Admiral, the first of 2 rides for Alex, and Australia's Bill Levitt, 1 ride today for Bill and another tomorrow. So just a reminder that the Nations Cup Series for 23, it kicks off here in Montelibretti. Then we turn our attentions to Chatsworth in Great Britain in May, the 13th, 14th of May. Mill Street in Ireland in June promises to be really, really exciting because Olympic qualification on for another areas. It is in fact 2 of the highest ranked teams from Olympic groups F and or G will be looking for team spots at Mill Street, as well as the Nations Cup running. So it promises to be full of top class competition. F, Africa and Middle East, G, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and the biggest one of those nations still missing Olympic qualification would of course have to be the Olympic team silver medalists from the Tokyo Olympic Games, Australia. Watch this space. They haven't opted to send a team to Montelibretti this weekend. I'm sure in Nations Cup Series events throughout the season, but today and over the next few days, teams coming forward from Austria, from Italy, the Netherlands, Spain and Switzerland. And of those 6 teams, Switzerland are the only ones who've already booked their Paris qualifying ticket. So that does take the pressure off them a little bit. Of course, still tickets on offer from the European Championships, which will be held the 9th through to the 13th of August in Haradapan. There'll be 2 qualifying places on offer there. Some teams, of course, already picking up their qualification spots from the World Championships in Protoni, Germany, the US, New Zealand, Great Britain, Ireland, Sweden and Switzerland. All picked up qualifying spots there, as well as, of course, the 2016 Team Olympic champions as the home nation get an automatic qualifying ticket. Next to come forward, it is the first of our riders from Belgium. Senna Vijaka with BVBA Alsingen's Google van Alsingen. Belgium have had some good success actually in the 4-star class here previously. Karen Donkers, a former winner. We'll see her a little bit later on throughout the day. She's got a couple of rides in this 4-star short. She actually won with La Michelle Unique back in 2013 here. Could she add another title to her record this weekend. So Sanne Vijaka, Google van Olsingen by Watch Me. This a 12-year-old mare bred in the Netherlands. Actually completed Protoni at the World Championships last year. In fact, Eduardo Via-Dufresne is next to come forward in the dressage. We'll get a score for Sanne Vijaka very shortly. Those scores available on Equi Results. And it is Emiliano Portali who still leads the way. 34.4 scoring for Stefan. 40.6 sees the Netherlands go into second at the moment. So Eduardo Via-Dufresne for Spain comes forward with Maribera Pomez, the horse that he owns himself. By Bonaparte. Quite straight out of that centre line. Shoulder in to show the judges the very clear difference along that side. This accommodation that actually finished third here in the 4-star long format at the back end of last year, so have really good Montelibretti form. Scored 34.7 in the first phase on that occasion. Completed a couple of Nations Cup events. Just not quite showing their straightness in the rein back. The joy of the different angles is the president of the ground jury, Seppo Lane, at sea will have really seen the clarity of those steps. Whereas we got a great shot of the straightness from the camera angle behind. It has some really, really good Montelibretti form. Has been top 10 here in the 4-star short previously as well with this horse back in 2021. They were 9th here, jumped to super double clear on that occasion. Had some very good completions in the Nations Cup in Protoni in Harada as well. Just see that tight tension trying to creep in the walk. Eduardo is doing a job in just keeping a lid on it at the moment. But you just feel the bubbling under the surface slightly. And these horses know these tests. They've done them a few times before. They know that the transition is coming. They start to think about it. getting a little above the contact going through that transition. Nose came up, but unfortunately not the cleanest of flying changes. Into the half pass. It's a horse that's actually been to Le Lion d'Angers for the Young Horse World Championships as both a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old. That would have given the horse, only a 10-year-old mare, a huge amount of exposure to big crowds, big atmosphere. And Eduardo just keeping hold in that extended canter. That perhaps if he let go of the reins a little bit too much, should be off, but he did a very good job. And sits back and actually really showed the difference coming back from the extended canter. Very important to be able to show the judges the difference between the collected and the extended canters. Second of those flying changes done. Then the transition come trot and very quickly into the extent. Look at the activity in the hind legs there. Plenty of impulsion. You could see again a really clear difference. So Eduardo comes up the final centre line to salute to our ground jury. Our ground jury, Seppo Lane for Finland at Sea. He's president of the ground jury, has judged at many competition, including being on the ground jury for badminton last year. Did the Cheddington 5-star as well in 2021. James Rooney is at E, and Marina Sciocchetti for Italy is at M. Nice square halt for Eduardo Via-Dufresne, and Marabera upon as a score in for Austria. And Roland Pulsinger, what a brilliant performance with Tiefenhoff's Lavellino. We really liked that test. The judges in agreement as well. And 31.2 sees them go to the top of the leaderboard. So as things stand, it is Roland Pulsinger out in front for Austria, 31.2. Emiliano Portale into second. And Stefan Hazelega at 46. So we're going to head at the second station of team riders in just a moment, because 5 riders have been, and actually Switzerland only fielding 3 riders. So we'll see them in a couple of horses' time as we head into this second rotation of riders. 4th, the team order. So we'll get the second of our Italian combination to the arena in just a couple of moments' time. But if you are just tuning in to ITV here in Montelibretti, very, very warm welcome to you. Nicole Brown with you for the next 4 days of competition today. Our focus is all about the first phase. 48 horses do their dressage today. Tomorrow we've got just one session of dressage to bring you. We'll be live at 2 o'clock Central European time for the final 10 combinations. Saturday, it is the time for jumping, the coloured poles, which has certainly played its board here over the years in Montelibretti. And then on Sunday, it is cross-country time. The weather has been pretty challenging for the team in Montelibretti over the last couple of weeks. Plenty of rain has meant that they've worked incredibly hard on the ground, making sure that everything could keep running. As now it is Fosco Girardi for Italy and Euphoria. This is a horse that Fosco owns himself by Cillian, who is 11 years of age. And a combination that have had some very, very smart results. They were second here in the 4-star long at the end of last year. That was a class that was actually won by Benoit Perron and Dressage. Fosco took the runners-up position here at the end of the year. Had some good placings at 3-star level and the 4-star level as well, because Vanche for the Nations Cup finished just outside the top 10 there. And I've no doubt will be key players for Team Italy as they look at those golden qualifying tickets for Paris. And actually, Italy finished second in the Nations Cup series as a team last year. If they could finish second again this year, they would have a really, really good chance of picking up with one of those tickets, because if any of the teams finish above, have already qualified, then it passes on to get good points on the board early doors. 8 legs, so they can count the best 7 points from those 8 legs that they pick up. 450 points was the winning score for Germany last year when they took the 2022 Nations Cup series. So just a marker to keep in mind. What did it take to win last year? Lovely square behind, not square in front for Euphoria, but nice start for Fosco. It's a combination that are generally pretty consistent in the early to mid-30s in terms of their score in the first phase. Fosco actually brought Euphoria to Montelibretti last week for the 3-star short. Things didn't quite go to plan on the cross-country, electing to retire. But it's so early on in the season, isn't it? You never totally know what everybody's plans are. Very much eyes would have been on this Nations Cup competition. Looks to have just been a little bit unsettled in the halt there. You want to show really clear, and not entirely sure the judges would have felt that there was quite enough immobility there, but sometimes you've just got to ride what's underneath you, and if you feel the horse is getting a little bit tense, you're better to make the judgment call to ask them for the rein back sooner rather than later. Who has been a huge part of the pony, junior and young rider teams for Italy over the last few years. Actually represented them at 2 pony European Championships, 2 junior European Championships, 3 young rider European Championships, picked up a team silver actually with Feldhager in 2018 when the Young Rider European Championships were held in Fontainebleau in France. That championship experience, that team experience is so valuable for these riders as they step up to the senior level. Slight bit of tension just creeping in here, but doing a good job on keeping a lid on it. Again, really tactfully bring the contact back, regain the rein. And I think actually Fosco just electing to leave the reins a little bit longer before the canter transition, and you can see him now actually really shortening the rein and bringing back the contact because he was just worried that the horse would pick up a little bit too early. Oh, unfortunately, behind it with the flying change, that would prove expensive. With our ground jury. But it did happen. Bold ask in the extended canter. Again, that extended canter, really looking to see the extension of the steps, the balance and length frame, the elasticity of the horse. Flying change looked to be a little bit better, possibly a stride later than was asked for, but looked to be cleaner than the first. First Italian combination, Emiliano Portali, 34.4 is the score on the board for them. Beautiful position, Fosco in the saddle. Really presents his horse. A lovely matching extension across the diagonal. And it's interesting, the collected trot, the extended trot and the collected trot have a mark of their own. And the transitions at M, R and K, so that's collected into extended and back into collected, they're a mark in themselves. And that's quite often the case. It's always such an interesting exercise to actually print off the test sheet when you're watching dressage such as this and really look through how the judges mark the different movements. Not quite square in the final halt for Fosco Girardi and Eufori, but they have finished their test, and we'll bring you their score as it does come through. A score in for Seneveyaka for Belgium. Google Van 32.4 goes second. Roland Pulsinger for Austria. Typhonhoff's Lavellino still leading the way, 31.2. And actually, it's tough to win the Montelibretti 4-star short on a sub-30 score. Only twice has it been done in history. First was Stefano Brecciaroli and Apollo van der Wendikerthoven back in 2012. That a wonderful Italian combination who actually finished on a pretty impressive score of 21.5. That's a record finishing score at the venue. Didier Dedin and Opi de Saint Leo in 2015. The only other sub-30 finishes 27.7. But here is a point to note. No winner of the 4-star short at Montelibretti, both in the spring fixture and the autumn fixture, have ever finished above the score of 38.2. Be in the 30s to win here, and there's plenty that have certainly started out in with a shout. Next to come forwards, it is combination for the Netherlands. It is Jordi Wilken with E.R. van Summeren. Van Summeren's Wilbert Bow. Jordi, who is an unbelievably talented young rider. Has not competed in the Nations Cup in Montelibretti previously. The Netherlands, another team looking to secure a qualifying ticket for Paris. But Jordi does have good Montelibretti form, in so much as he was actually 5th here on this horse in the four-star long format at the back end of last year. Scored 32.8 in the first phase in November. Can he better that? First that we've seen come forward in a double bridle. Wilbert Bow by Rolex. Hanoverian bred in Germany. 14 years of age now, Wilbert Bow. Was originally produced by Pauline Knorr in Germany. He took on the ride at the back end of 20. And Jordi actually, who has represented represented the Netherlands, in Italy, or went to represent them in Italy last year, was selected with Bury Spirit for the World Championships in Protoni. Weren't able to compete on that occasion, but did go to Avanche European Championships in 2021, and I'm sure looking for a spot in Haradupin. European Championships this year being held in France. Isn't quite square behind in the halt. You could just see the horse dropping a little bit behind the vertical, but Jordi prepared well for that halt. The first of our Netherlands riders scoring 40. Stefan Hazeleger. Jordi would really like to improve on that here. The leader in the clubhouse, 31.2. That's Roland Pulsinger and Tiefenhoff's Lavellino. Nice and relaxed in this walk. This was beautifully turned out, and huge credit must go as always to the of super grooms behind the scenes who work unbelievably hard, not only at the competitions but at home as well. A lot of these riders often leave a barn for competition horses at home, and the home team can really take for keeping them all on the road. Wilbert Bow really wanted that canter transition to come up, but went into it nicely. Comes round for the first of those flying changes. Canter half pass. Really goes for it in the extended canter. Clear transition back. Ooh. Flying change came up a little bit before perhaps I think Jordi thought it might. The horse offered it up, and you just saw him there give a bit of a pat. You could hear the horse just sneezing slightly. It can often be a sign of a little bit of tension in there. But actually doing a good job at presenting this test to our ground. To the trot transition. And into the extended trot. Big movement from this horse here in the extended trot. Jordi has really ridden for the big marks in some of these movements. It'll be interesting to see what that score looks like when it comes through. 31.2 is the score to beat at the top of the leaderboard. Roland Pulsinger was with the 9-year-old Tiefenhoff's Lavellino. And looks to be a good halt for the final halt and salute to our ground jury. And Jordi looks pretty happy with that as well. Wilbert Bow for the Netherlands, finishing their test here in Montelibretti. The first of 8 Nations Cup legs in 2023. And absolutely delighted to have you with us, FEI TV. So Jordi Wilken, the second Netherlands, finishes his test. As a score just coming in for Fosco Girardi for Italy, waiting for those marks to come through from our judges. I'll confirm that for you. Equi results is where you should go if you're looking to see the results yourselves as well. At the moment, the leaderboard is Austria, Belgium, Italy. Roland Pulsinger, 31.2, 32. Anna Vajaka and Google van Ulsingen. And Fosco Girardi just goes into third there. Teammate Emiliano Portale down into 4.33.8 for Fosco. And a bit of a difference from the ground jury. 63.57 from E. That's James Rooney. At 64.28. And at N, 20.7. So that gives them a total score of 33.8. Goes into third at the moment. So Jordi Wilken and Wilbert Bow just leave the arena. Brilliant facilities here at Montelibretti. Fantastic for these horses to be able to do their dressage on an all-weather surface. They've invested heavily in the infrastructure over the last few years. Home of the Italian equestrian army. Many of the Italian riders start their careers, continue with their careers riding for the Italian equestrian. Gives them huge amount of support with horsepower. The army have a breeding program as well, and horses up the levels, but also gives them an opportunity to promote the army. Based Montelibretti, actually a military base as well going on. As next to come forwards, it is Robin Erking for Robin with Highlight 9 by Marion Erkinger. And Austria actually lead the way in the individual standings, so a good test here will really put the team in a very strong position as we head into the third rotation. Shortly, just see there Robin making a tactical hello to the ground jury, just making sure they're paying attention. One of those things that riders are so good at these days is the ring craft. Hear the bell going just to say that actually Robin can start. 45 seconds from that bell he has to go into the arena. If you go over that 45 seconds, then you get deducted 2 points. But actually it's 2 points or 2 marks from each of the judges, so it actually proves pretty expensive. Robin Erkinger. And Highlight 9 by Heitetans, bred in Austria, owned by Maria. This 12-year-old gelding. And a horse that actually took Robin to the Young Rider European Championships at Hartbury last year. They went clear cross country there, finished just outside the top 30. But it is a 4-star debut for them. So wishing them the very, very best of luck here. A Nations Cup debut as well. And this is just one of 2 horses that Robin has competed internationally. But really the horse that has taken him everywhere you could have dreamed, in so much as a Young Rider European Championships, now a Nations Cup debut as well. A debut at the 4-star level for both horse and rider. Quite in the early part of the test. It's interesting, we saw Jordi just a few moments ago with the white gloves obvious right out in front of him, whereas Robin electing to choose the black gloves, a little bit more discreet. You see a real difference all the way through international competition. Both are allowed. And it simply comes down to the rider as to their preference. Was looking really relaxed in that extended walk. Looks to be good over track. And he needs to come back before the canter transition. And interestingly, when we were talking a little bit earlier about how some of the movements have marks for the... That isn't one of them. Ooh. Hopped and a skip in the flying change. So as I was saying, the walk transition back is just part of the wider movement. It's not actually singled out as a transition movement in itself, which is really interesting because actually we've seen a number of combinations just playing it quite safe and being a little bit delicate with their transition back. They won't be marked down for that. Again, it all comes down to knowing your test, doesn't it? Knowing what the marks are there for. better flying change the second time. Don't look to be quite as established. But a nice relaxed test so far. Down into the downward transition and into the extended trot. So Robin Erkinger, a Nations Cup debut for him this weekend, just 22 years of age, as he comes up the final centre line. We'll bring you a score for him as soon as it does come through. All of those scores available on Equi Results. We'll keep you up to date with them as well. Not quite square behind, but you can hear a very enthusiastic fan base cheering Robin on. And a big weekend for this young man. One of the real talents coming out of Austria. And we'll look forward to watching them in the rest of the competition. Highlight 9, really, really willing test. So let's take a look at that leaderboard, because more movement as slotting into third. Jordi Wilken, Wilbert Bow, 33.2. So they push the brace of Italian riders down into fourth and fifth. Fosco Girardi and Emiliano Portale in fourth and fifth respectively. But it is Jordi into third. Roland Pulsinger for Austria, still the one to beat, 31.2, ahead of Sani Vejaka and Google van Alsingen in second, 32.4. So, Robin Erkinger finishes his test, the second of our Austrian riders. And in the second rotation of riders now in the Nations Cup. And 6 teams in the lineup this weekend. Riders from Austria, Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, Spain and Switzerland. And it is the latter of those that we are going to see next, because Switzerland will be accommodation into arena. Robin very politely says thank you on jury on the way out of the arena. Excellent manners. So a few horses to go. A short break in around 5 horses time. We've got a full-on afternoon of dressage for you. 38 doing their dressage today, and tomorrow we'll have just 10 before we turn our attentions to the jumping phases throughout the weekend. Be with you every single step of the way on FEI TV. Myself, Nicole Brown, guiding you through all of the competition, and we've got lots more coming up on TV. And clip my horse over the coming months, because the FEI World Cup finals for dressage, for jumping and for vaulting taking place in Omaha at the beginning of April. Well worth putting that in your diary, the 4th through to the 8th of April. Of the best horses and riders in the world. And actually, in fact, some of those top jumping riders will be in action this weekend, because it is the Dutch Masters in St-Ogenbosch, the first of the Rolex Grand Slam events of 2023. And it was 12 months ago that Daniel Deusser and Scuderia 1918 Tobago Z stood atop that podium. They're now ranked as or is now ranked as the best horse in the world on the Echo Ratings ELO. Can they take another Rolex Grand Slam victory? You'll be able to watch all of the action on Clip My Horse throughout the weekend. So, Switzerland now, and it is the first of their 3 riders, just the 3 riders represented, which means they won't have the drop score. Roxane Gonfin and Galaxier du Felion, the combination to come forwards. Roxane, based in France, works alongside her competing as well, works for Le Noctilio, a company that offers private cruises, so juggles her eventing alongside here as well. And this an 11-year-old Dutch warm blood by Diorado, owned by herself, and actually produced as well. And a combination making their debut at the 4-star level. They've had some solid results at the 3-star level of competition. This is the first time they've made the step up to 4-star. They got their 2023 season off to a good solid start here in Montelibretti in the 3-star last week with a top 20 finish, just a steady run cross country. There were plenty of steady runs cross country, in fact, not only season, but that really heavy rain that the team experienced as well. Roxane comes up the line to start with our ground jury. Seppo Lane for Finland, president of C, James Rooney for Great Britain at E, and Marina Sciocchetti for Italy at M. The shoulder in there. One of the first opportunities for our judges to really see the regularity, elasticity of the steps. They want the good angle and uniformity of the bend as well. This horse doesn't look the biggest. Looks a little bit of a pocket rocket. To halt. Just from where we can see, I think a little bit out behind, one of the hind legs stranded out a little bit, but obvious to us from the rear view than to the judge with the side-on view. And the lovely walk transition. So the transition from the collected into the extended walk, and then again from the extended walk back into the collected walk, both marked independently to the walks themselves. See the lengthening of the frame. Beautiful, relaxed picture. just dropped a little bit behind the vertical there. A little inconsistent in the contact. But one of the few that we've seen be able to actually really pick up the contact before that canter transition. And actually looked to be early behind in that flying change, where legs changed stride in front of the front legs. You don't get a lot of time to get straight flying change. It's a tricky question. Actually, we'll see the introduction, I understand, of some new international tests up the levels, all the way up to the 5-star level. Possibly a little bit later on this year. Andrew Benny, one of the leading ground jury members, who himself has ridden at Olympic and World Championship level. He's on the ground jury for Badminton International Horse Trials this year, presented by Mars Equestrian. He's been working on developing some different tests, much better change that time. He's been working on developing some different tests in conjunction with a number of his colleagues. They've got some input from riders as well, and new tests across the board over the next 6 to 12 months or so. There's always method in the madness, I should say. You know, they're always asking for things in a certain way. Just getting a little bit behind the vertical there as they come back to the trot transition. Nose just tucking in to the chest a bit too much. And actually the best thing after that is that extended trot, because it's really able to ask this little horse to open up the engine. Wouldn't be the biggest mover in the world, but this has been a really sweet test. Lots to like. And I think as a 4-star debut, a lovely halt to finish too. Debut, big smiles, big pats, and big cheers too. Plenty of supporters in the crowd for Roxane Gonfard, the first of our Swiss riders. Switzerland actually the only team in the Nations Cup this weekend that have already secured themselves a ticket to the Paris Olympic Games, a team ticket to the Paris Olympic Games, I should say. They had that very good top 7 finish at the World Championships in Pratoni. Picked up that flying spot last year. Pratoni del Vivaro, actually, about an hour south of us here in Montelibretti. Montelibretti around 30 minutes north of Rome. Pratoni 30 minutes the other side, 30 minutes south of Rome. But is a real heart of Italian eventing. Home of the Italian equestrian army. Many of those riders that we see go on to represent Italy at major level. The likes of Giovanni Ugolotti. The likes of Alberto Giuni, who we see as their final team actually for Italy a little bit later on. In fact, Alberto could well riding, in fact he is riding as an individual, so I'll correct myself there. Next to come forward, one of the leading lights of Belgian eventing. It is Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer. Comes forward with BG 5-star eventers and the Liederkerke family's Ducati d'Arville. Holds the Arville within the course based at Arville in Belgium, where we will have a Nations Cup a little bit later on in the year, 17th through to the 20th of. It was actually the Belgian team who took their home leg of the Nations Cup last year in Belgium. And Lara has been a real stalwart for the Belgian squad over the years. Couples her eventing sides, a young family. Husband Kai Steffenmeyer, in fact, leading the Belgian team this weekend as the chef de keep. Lara on the team alongside Senna Vayaka, who we've already seen, Janova Wimp, and Karen Donkers, a rider who actually are one of a couple of riders in the field that have won here previously at Montelibretti. This could be a really smart test. They've been as low as 27.4 in Arville back in 2021. They've been even lower than that at the 3-star level. Could we see our first combination break into the 20s here at Montelibretti? They were 4th individually in Arville in the Nations Cup, this combination last year. Inside the top 15 in Aachen as well. That is a huge performance. Aachen traditionally features some of the best horse and rider combinations in the world. And she starts like she means business. Lara de Liederkerkermeier, Ducati d'Arville. By Diorado, another by Diorado, second that we've seen so far today. It's bred by Wolfgang Rusch in Germany. Nice halt. 5 steps. You want 5 steps? Just took a fraction of a little step before those 5 steps. This combination, who've had some good placings at the 4-star long level of competition, actually went to the European Championships in Avanches for Belgium. Went clear cross country. Heartbreak as they weren't able to present at that final horse inspection, which meant that they couldn't go on to complete. Lara, who represented or was selected for Tokyo with Alpaga d'Arville, horse that she rode at the World Championships in Tryon in 2018 as well. Went to the World Games in Caen. Radupan, of course, the venue for this year's European Championships in August. Nuni Blue at the World Championships in 2010 when they were held in Kentucky. A whole host of European call-ups to well. I think some 5 in total. Going back to Le Moulin 2011, she's been just an absolute stalwart of the Belgian team over the years. Huge quality in the first half of this test. The leader, remember, is on a score of 31.2. That is Roland Pulsinger, Tiefenhoff's Lavellino. First of these changes. Nice. Holding the horse in a really lovely frame. A half pass over of the legs. Well positioned. Good extension shown. Smooth transition back. Those transitions are separately marked on the judges' score sheet too. And this looks a really smart test from Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer. Really nice flying changes. The flying changes have been a highlight in this horse's test. And the final extended trot. Really good extension. Nice frame, consistent in the contact. Come into the final halt. Ooh, almost square, just moving a little bit. That was a very, very smart test. Ducati d'Arville, Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer for Belgium. Are we about to see a new name at the top of the leaderboard? I will be as bold as to say I think we will. I think we've just seen our new leader, Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer. She's been down in the 20s on a number of occasions previously. Can she slot into the top spot as things stand at the moment? We've still got a long way to go. 48 combinations in total coming forward in this, the first FEI Eventing Nations Cup event of 2023. 8 legs in total. We're here in Italy for the first of those. Then we've got Chatsworth in Great Britain, the 13th to 14th of May. Mill Street in Ireland, the beginning of June, 1st through to the 6th. Stragom in Poland, 21st to the 25th of June. Hrada-Jardy is the 13th through to the 16th of July. Avanches, 20th to the 23rd of July. Arville, the home of Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer, 17th to the 20th of August. And then the final in Buccolo, the long format 4-star, the 5th through to the 10th of October. And we will have all of the action live for you on FEI TV throughout the year. Plenty of action to keep you entertained. Some of the best horses and riders in the world coming forward. And of course, eyes are all looking towards Olympic Games in Paris, and there is one team ticket on offer to the highest placed team in the Nations Cup Series who have not secured a team spot. And of the 6 teams that we have here this weekend, 5 of them still looking for team qualification. There will of course be 2 team spots on offer at the European Championships in Hrada in August, but we saw it go down to a nail-biting finale in 2019 when Switzerland took the last grasp at Ticket, having brilliantly in Buccolo under the guidance of the legend that is Andrew Nicholson. And Switzerland, one of those teams here this weekend, the only team here this weekend who have got that Paris Olympic qualification in the bag. It's a very, very comfortable position to be in, because we see the likes of Italy, of Belgium, of the Netherlands. They're going to really target this Nations Cup Series because they really, really want to secure that team ticket to Paris. And they plan to leave absolutely nothing to chance. Well, look at that. Into the lead. Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer, Ducati d'Arville, 28.3. 2 of the 3 spots at the top of the leaderboard. Just in the middle, Austria, Roland Pulsinger in second, 31.2. Senevayaka drops down into third now, 32.4. But Belgium's Lara de Liederkerke-Meijer is the one to beat, 28.3. And as I said, Ron only twice has a winner of the 4-star short here at Montelibretti ever finished sub 30. Apollo Vanderwende Hove, Stefano Brecciaroli, that incredible performance in 2012 when they finished on a score of 21.5. And Oppi de Saint Leo, Didier Denain, in 2015, 27.7. It is not a straightforward thing to do at all. And actually, if we look at Montelibretti as a whole, the record dressage score here is Stefano Brecciaroli, Apollo Van a massive 20.3 they scored in 2012 en route to that. So some 3 combinations to go before the break, as Lara de Lieder has just taken over at the top of the leaderboard. We'll now look to welcome the second of our Spanish riders forward, Mario Nicola Garrido, Acrobate star, and they'll come forward to present to our ground jury in a few minutes' time. So a rundown. Top 3 on the podium. Lara de Lieder Kirkemeyer leads. Roland Pulsinger second. Senna Vayaka in third. So now we turn our attentions to Nicola Garrido and Acrobate star. So Mario Nicolau Garrido for Spain, the second of our Spanish riders, for owners Aurélie Riedweg and Juliette Bardet. They start looking pretty interested and unfortunately already very, very keen. Makes a couple of expenses, breaking numerous times of the first centre line. A difficult situation to be in when the tension is creeping through. You want to make a really good first impression on that ground jury. Can feel like a really, really long 4 minutes. Mario doing a very good job in just keeping his cool, because just wants to get on to the jumping phases. Good square halt. Unfortunately was meant to trot into it as opposed to canter. Does get the immobility though. Doesn't look quite straight. And Mario very sympathetic in asking them for the trot. Acrobat start. Just very, very bright. Needs to be softer through the contact. Take a big deep breath. Keeping the walk. Acrobat start. Have to be really cautious. It asks for this canter transition because you can see the horse already anticipating the move. Unfortunately, a few of those breaks are going to be very, very expensive for them. Thirteen-year-old Bajari. Daren't ask for too much in the canter. Acrobat Star would dearly love the extended canter, and you can just see they lose, because of the tension, they lose the quality of the canter. It goes into a little bit more of a 4-beat rather than the clear 3-beat. An explosive flying change. He's doing a very good job, Mario, in keeping the horse in the arena. And again, Not quite a clean flying change, a bit of an added flying change in there as well. Bit of a spook at the far end of the arena. It's definitely not going quite their way, but you can see the horse perfectly of producing some really nice work. And Mario will be very pleased to have this final halt under his belt. There was a bit of a wry smile and a grimace there. Acrobate start, just the jumping phases. So 2 more combinations to come before the break. And the first of those will be the 3rd team rider for Italy. It is Matteo Orlando and Quality in Time, owned by Morganti Lara Maria. Rides in the uniform of the Italian Equestrian Army. Italy, who finished 2nd in the overall Nations Cup standings last year. There's a score in for Mario Nicolas Garardo. Acrobate start. Things not going to plan for them at all. 49.8. Tricky time within the whiteboards for them. So they go down into 12th at the moment. Italy, 2 riders currently sitting inside the top 7. Fosco Girardi, 33.8 with Euphoria. Emiliano Portale, who will be our pathfinder throughout the weekend, 34.4, sits just behind. We'll give you a real update on those team scores as to how they're shaping up into the 3rd rotation of team riders. But for now, Orlando and a Quality in Time starting their test here in Montelibretti. Oh, just an expensive break there. Should really keep the consistency within the trot going into the half pass. A lovely square halt. And he really shows that off to the ground jury as well, because immobility is what they're looking for there. They really want to see a few moments of total steadiness. And Matteo made a point of standing there and saying, yeah, we're perfectly happy, we're stood, we're square, we're going to before our rein back. Lovely relaxed walk. Good marks coming in for this test. Just carefully bringing the horse back to him, setting up for this walk to canter transition. And then on to the first of those flying. A little bit close behind. Into the half pass. Good difference shown into the extended canter. This horse hasn't got the biggest movement, quality and time, but certainly you could see the difference there. No, unfortunately that was very late behind. The foreleg changed a good 2 to 3 strides before the hind leg, so that will prove expensive from our judges. Combination scored 33.4 for a 7th place finish. They scored 33.4 in the first phase. One pole in the show jumping and some time penalties for a 7th place finish in the 4-star short here at the back end of last season. That was in one of the horse's first runs at the 4-star level in a little while. Missed the 2021 season, was formerly ridden by Sarah Bresci. I think, in fact, a horse that could have been originally a young horse by Giovanni Ugolotti. But Matteo took on the ride at the start of 2020. Had a top 20 finish actually at Hartbury in the long format 3-star, which was a really tough cross-country track. That's a track that you would normally really look to for a cross-country form for the future. And I think one of the highlights for me for this horse has certainly been the horse's halts. Here in mobility, Matteo Orlandi, and a quality in time, finishing their test for Italy. So just one more combination to go before the break, and it's a third rider for the Netherlands who will be coming forwards. Let's just take a look at that leaderboard as to how things are shaping up at the moment. Into 4th place, actually, Roxane Gonfard, Galaxier du Felion, 32. As the leader remains Lara de Lieder Kirkemeyer, Ducati d'Arville, 28.3. Roland Pulsinger and Tiefenhof's Lavellino in 2nd, 31.2. Google van Alsingen, Acker for Belgium, in 3rd, 32.4. So Belgium certainly in the hot seat as things stand at the moment, and they've had 2 riders in the arena, 2 more still to come. The final rotation riders, final 2 rotations of team riders have just started. Italy's 3rd rider just leaving the arena as the next session will mostly be made up of team riders and then a couple of individuals at the end. Plenty more action still to bring you. The bulk of the dress in place throughout today. We'll have the final 10 combinations to do their dressage tomorrow afternoon live for you on from 2 o'clock Central European time. So do tune in to join us then as well. But now we turn our attentions to one of the Netherlands' brightest young stars, Sanne de Jong and MBF. Sanne has been a rising star on the Dutch eventing scene for some time now. And actually went to the World Championships in Protoni last year with Enjoy, a former winner actually of the 4-star class here at Montelibretti. They actually won here 12 months ago, or Sanne won with Enjoy. Finished on a score of 32.1 on that occasion. Rider this time though, a horse that she's produced up the levels, a horse that went to the Young Horse World Championships in Le Lion d'Angers. Yareli MBF. An 8-year-old mare by Vietvot. AGC Verkerk. And I should say a 9-year-old, in fact, turning 9 this time. Went to Bookalo for the 4-star long format last season as an 8-year-old. Things didn't quite go to plan there. They jumped clear cross country in Arville on their debut at the 4-star level. And they set themselves up here for their run in the Nations Cup with a good clear cross country inside the time to finish just outside the top 10 in the 2-star last week. So Yareli MBF, Sanne de Jong, Netherlands. The last to go before the break. The leader remains Lara de Lieder Kirkemeyer, 28.3 the target to beat. Nice halt. Back, but 5 steps. Just a little bit of tension creeping above the contact on occasion in that shoulder in. Really looking for the balance and the bend of the turn, the angle and the uniformity of the bend in the shoulder in. Our judges would want to see 3 clear tracks, ideally, could be 4. You see Sanne, they're just trying to give the horse a little bit of contact. Encourage the horse to just extend the frame in the extended walk. And then collecting back into the collected walk before the walk to canter transition. Nicely done. And a clear canter transition as well. Flying change. Hold extended canter. Unfortunately, the change not coming off, the second of those changes not coming off. Was changed in front, didn't change behind. And then they had a little bit of a discussion about it. But they move very to the next movement. That's what you've got to do. At the end of the day, the movements come up really thick and fast in these tests, and if something doesn't quite go to plan, you've got to put it behind you. It's not like you're in the school at home and you can come round and do it again. Those hand comes to the end of her test, and it will bring us to the end of the first session of dressage as well. She comes up the final centre line with Yareli MBF. Just not quite as direct to the final halt as she would have perhaps liked. Sandra de Jong, the winner here 12 months ago, with the 9-year-old Yareli MBF finish their test. And we'll get a score for you as well in just a moment. 35.6, that's come through. That sees them go into 8th at the moment. So Laura de Liederkerke-Meyer leads the way for Belgium. 58.3 the score to beat. Austria's Roland Pulsinger in second, 31.2. 32.4 in. So a short break now before we return after the break with Harold Ambrose and Lexicon as the first to come forward for Austria. So Harold Ambrose and Lexicon finishing their test, the third of our Austrian riders. And we'll keep you updated on those team scores in just a moment. But Harold, who is a fully qualified dentist actually, alongside his eventing career, finishes his test and a provisional score in for them of 29.5 into second place. Brilliant from Harold Ambrose and Lexicon. 14 years of age now, Lexicon, by Levistano. Well, if you are just tuning in to us here in Montelibretti, then a very warm welcome to you, because we are delighted to have you with us. The first of our FEI Eventing Nations Cup legs of 2023, 8 of them in total, go all over Europe, from here in Italy, Great Britain, to Switzerland, to France, the Netherlands as well. To come forward, it is one of the most talented young Swiss riders on the circuit. It is Robin Godel with the 9-year-old Big Diamond, owned by Jörg Bodenmüller, who has been instrumental in Swiss success over the last couple of years. Has been a young rider that we've seen feature at the Tokyo Olympics, at the World Championships as well. Grandeur, his top ride, that we've become accustomed to seeing go on to great success, and that went into include a top 15 finish at Protoni del Vivari in the World Championships last year to help Switzerland secure their ticket to the Paris Olympic Games. A much more relaxed route to the 2019 route that they took, in which they actually secured the golden ticket from the FEI Nations Cup Series as the highest placed team who had not yet secured team qualification. So Robin Godel and Big Diamond starting their test. Big Diamond very much one of the young stars of the future, much less experienced than Grandeur de Lully, who we saw had very good wins in Protoni at the test event. I think in Avange as well in the Nations Cup there. Big Diamond just stepping up to the 4-star level for the first time, but has proved really, really talented at the lower levels. Plenty of very good placings, including in the 2-star in Jardy last year. Only in really second season of international competition. Second proper season of international competition. Did one event in 2021, Harada. But otherwise, the career really got off to a start last year. Went very well in one of the indoor arena eventing competitions in Geneva. Popular Robin presents his horses beautifully, has really benefited from the expertise of the likes of Andrew Nicholson, who himself has been instrumental in Swiss success over the last few years. Nice Holton rein back. Just a tendency to drop a little bit behind the vertical on occasion. Chin just drops in. You just want it to pick up a little bit more. That's it. Be a little bit of experience. And it's so important with these younger horses stepping up to the level, perhaps whether it be for the first time in their career or as they go up through the levels, that they have a good experience as well. Not quite as consistent in the contact as Robin would have liked. And just thinking ahead to that canter transition, a lively canter transition, we should say. As to the flying changes, and unfortunately a little bit late behind. Does come up really quick off that turn. There's a on in quick in that part of they come back from the extended walk, they pick up the canter, and the flying change is very, very quick off the heels of that. So particularly for the younger horses, it can be a lot for them to take on. You see how much promise this horse has in the first phase. There's been a couple of slightly inexperienced mistakes so far in the test, but actually ingredients are there to be able to pick up some really, really impressive numbers. And the flying changes, that one was better than the first one, but perhaps still a bit of a work in progress. Back down to trot. And the extended trot across the diagonal. The final chance to really wow our ground jury. But a really, really smart young horse for the future. Possibly, dare I say it, a Paris horse for Robin Godell. Big Diamond steps up to the level for the first time and gets a very solid score as well for Switzerland, 34.5. So the judges all largely in agreement, and that sees him slot just inside at the top 10 into 9th. So next to come forwards, it is for Belgium. Jarno Wilken and Mahalia, owned by Jarno alongside Mark Rigout. It's an 11-year-old. And Belgium looking pretty good at the on the leaderboard at the moment. 2 riders have been. This is their 3rd rotation. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer 28.3, Senna Vayaka 32.4, which gives them a score. First 2 riders of 60.7. Austria's first 2 riders. Impressive 60.7. So all to play for. There is absolutely nothing in it. Jarno Wimp and Mahalia next to come forward. And there's a combination who can certainly score very well in the first phase. 28.7 is their personal best at the level. That was in Stragon in the Nations Cup last year. He finished 3rd here in one of the sections just a week or so ago. Went to Protoni for Belgium last September as well. Finished inside the top 30 with a very good clear round cross country. Scored 30.0 on that occasion. So one of the more experienced horse and riders in the field. We're runners up at Babarithco in the long format 4-star May. Beautifully elegant rider. Pretty good square halt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, just the 4 steps of rein back. The judges want to be seeing 5. It's those little details that can make all the difference at this top level of the sport. Lovely and relaxed in the walk though. That's certainly not something we've been able to say for every combination so far today. It goes into the... And here you really want to see the horse extending their frame, seeking the contact. Good over track. Really regular step. For shoulder to be really free as well. And one of the few that we've seen that have been able to really make a very obvious pick up after that extended to collected. Sometimes it's been unbelievably fragile, but actually this horse really did let him ride then, and that was a lovely flying change. Good bit of swing. Nicely positioned half pass. really goes for the extended canter. This is really good to see. There is a lot to like from this test, and considering this combination, one of the most experienced in the field, have cut firing. This is, I think, going to be another very good score for them. Yeah, lovely flying change. You see Belgium already at the top of the leaderboard with Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, 28.3. Do we think Jarno Wilken can overhaul his teammate? Because so far, so good. Chef de keep of the Belgian team, Kai Steffenmeyer, is going to be very, very pleased with what he's seen so far this morning, or this afternoon, I should say now. Jarno comes up the final centre line. And a good halt to finish his test. I think this could be a combination that challenge the lead of Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, Ducati Darville. Big pats for Mahalia. Previous best at the level, 28.7. Waiting for their score to come through. And 25.3 provisionally for them sees them go out in front. So it is a Belgium 1-2 for the leaderboard. And they go into the driving seat in terms of the Team Nations Cup standings as well. This is a really, really big moment for the Belgium team. Of course, another of those teams looking for selection, for a qualifying ticket, I should say, to the Paris Olympic Games. And Jarno has laid down the gauntlet. 25.7, which means that the Belgian team score still with arguably one of their biggest weapons still to come in Karen Donkers and Fletcher van der Verenhof a little bit later on this afternoon are in the driving seat. The worst team score they can take forward to the jumping on Saturday is at 86.4. A little way to go though, and they've got some hot competition. Jarno Verwempe is the one to beat individually as well. Mahalia, 25.7, the new leader here in Montelibretti. Next to come forwards, it is Marcel Pirot-Patau for Spain, Volney de la Tribol. This accommodation that jumped a super double clear in the 3-star last week as part of their preparation for this. And actually went very well last year at the had a win in Madrid and a good placing in before stepping up to the 4-star level in Le Puget in France at the end of the season. So relatively inexperienced, it should be said, the rider, but the horse has got a little bit more experience of the French rider Lazo. So a few runs at the level previously, but still a big ask for them here this weekend, and it will be a Nations Cup debut for Martel. So we wish him the very, very best of luck. Spain, of course, another of those teams bidding qualification this year. And we have, of course, got the European Championships in Harada a little bit later on this summer. But if you are with us here on FEI TV, then we've got plenty in store for you before that, because there's all sorts coming up. We've got the World Cup finals in Omaha. at the beginning of April, 4th through to the 8th of April, World Cup Dressage finals. There will be some great coverage from Stragon from their Spring Open. And of course, the rest of the Nations Cup series as well. So Marcel, another that we see being ridden in a double bridle. We see fewer top level being ridden in a double bridle now. At one stage, a couple of years ago, it was much more popular. Positioning for that first shoulder in. And then the half pass to the side of the track. Difficult to see from our angle how straight that was. And the crossing of the legs looks to be not quite behind, but still solid halt. Looking very rideable. This horse. Just has the tendency to drop the nose a little bit behind the contact. But very rideable. And relaxed. Spanish team so far, Eduardo Via-Dufresne, 36.6. And then they didn't have the happiest of times. Mario Nicola Garrido, 49.8. Didn't have the of rides in the dressage phase with canter, walk to canter transition at A. The fluidity of the transition, and unfortunately picking up the wrong canter lead. It's a flying change. Wasn't quite what was asked for at that moment in time, but now got to concentrate on the actual flying change that is coming up very quickly. Probably only get about 3 strides off the side of before this change comes up, and they've got to make sure that the horse is straight. and that was very good. There's a lot to like about this combination. Nations Cup debut always brings a real degree of pressure, but a real degree of pride as well. Riding for your country. A big, rangy horse, an enormous stride length in the extended canter. The transitions from movement both count towards a movement on their own. As they head towards the left half passing canter. Spain on a score from their first two riders of 86.4. Montelibretti, the third of our Spanish riders. And the flying changes have been really good from this combination. Very impressive. The second one is very smart as well. One last chance to wow the judges. And a nice extended trot. Just has the tendency on occasion to get a little bit and tuck that nose under. Want to take the contact forward a little bit more. But there's still been a huge amount to like in this test. They'll be ruining that incorrect canter strike off, I think, out of the walk, because the flying changes were good. And I think we could see a score on the board for Spain here. Final salute. And Montelibretti gets his Nations Cup debut off to a solid start in the dressage with Volney de la Trebel. We'll look forward to following them in the dresses over the next couple of days. So we're in the third rotation of team riders, just heading into the final rotation of team riders. Let's have a look at where we are at, because those team scores are starting to come together. And some frantic mental maths from myself. Excel spreadsheet will bring you right up to speed with how everybody is looking at the moment. It's Belgium who lead the way. Lara de Liederkerke-Myers at 28.3, bettered only by our current clubhouse leader, Jarno Verquimp, 25.7. In addition, Sanne Vajaka's 32 points them lead the way from the teams, 86 points. Hot on their heels is going to be Austria, who still have another rider to come forward, as do Belgium, in fact. And Belgium have Karen Donkers, Fletcher van der Verhoef, who are capable of scoring very, very good numbers in the first phase. It is 96.9 from their first three riders for Austria. 104.2 from the first three riders for Italy. Switzerland have only had two riders come forward. They're 67.7, so still very much in the hunt. And Netherlands at 104 point first three riders. And finally, Spain 123.1. So all can change because the best three scores to count. But we turn our attentions now to the final team rider for Italy, Evelina Bertoli. And owned by Evelina herself. And Italy have got a couple of really solid scores on the board so far. Really solid scores all around the early to mid 30s, 33.8, 34.4, 36.0. So another solid score sees them in a very, very strong position moving forward to the jumping phases. Because make no mistake, this is absolutely not a dressage competition. And we'll give you an update on those scores as they come through.